whistle in the distance, hear the rails begin to hum. A lantern cuts the midnight where the storytellers come. Cold press sharp by shining bright beneath the station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll. Adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight. Clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark, stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. Steel and steam and silver bells, the rhythm never strays. Every mile of memory, every stop ablaze. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rails, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. When the world feels off the rails, when the signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend. Every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express, past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way. Another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess. You'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight. The rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate. Hear the whistle in the distance, hear the rails begin to hum. A lantern cuts the midnight where the storytellers come. Cold press sharp by shining bright beneath the station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll. Adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight. Clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark, stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo-choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo-choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend, every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express, past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way, another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess, you'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight, the rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate. Hear the whistle in the distance, hear the rails begin to hum. A lantern cuts the midnight where the storytellers come. Cold press sharp by shining bright beneath the station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll, adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight, clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark, stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. Steel and steam and silver bells, the rhythm never strays. Every mile of memory, every stop ablaze. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rails, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. When the world feels off the rails, when the signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo-choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo-choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend, every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express, past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way, another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess, you'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight, the rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate. station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll. Adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight. Clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark, stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. Steel and steam and silver bells, the rhythm never strays. Every mile of memory, every stop ablaze. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rails, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. When the world feels off the rails, when the signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend. Every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express, past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way. Another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess. You'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight. The rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate.
Welcome aboard, everyone. I hope you're all having a lovely day so far. Tonight, we are going to be doing some Farming Simulator 19. Anyways, I hope you all continue to have a nice, lovely day, as we have a nice, relaxing night. Let's get the music on before we start. Hello, Foxy! Let me make sure I actually have it unmuted. Okay, there we go. There we go. How you doing tonight, Foxy? I hope it's been a nice night so far. Oh, we got some leads over here. This music feels odd in my ear. Okay, one moment. Okay, it doesn't feel as loud in my ear anymore. Like I said, before we continue on with the with the contracts that we picked up last time. Where the fuck did I put my tracker? This one's all set to go. It's run me up in Michigan now? That's good to hear. Oh, there's my other tractor, okay. Okay, let's head back to the chariot then. I'm gonna have the chariot go across this. So it's interesting that you guys would rather see me go back and forth on the field compared to killing demons and going on a vacation on bed. I find that interesting, to be honest. It's not gonna stop me from enjoying any of those games, but I just find it interesting. Until I get my shoes off, because this feels weird with my shoes on. There we go, much better. Funnily enough, I actually drive with my shoes on. But when it comes to driving with this pedal inside of the inside of where I live, like using my steering wheel here that I have for Jane, I'm more comfortable just using my bare foot or a soft foot than I am with doing it with shoes on. Yet when I go actually driving, I keep my shoes on because it's more comfortable for me there. It's weird. Yeah, these weeds actually came up pretty fast. I'm gonna sow that field in the next game morning because I want to get rid of these weeds right now. Because if I don't get rid of them by the time the crop starts really coming in, then these weeds are just part of it. I feel like I'm missing some of his reads. And that's because I did. Like I said, there's like 2 more passes. There's this one and then one more. Before I just skip to the next game day. Although it's already 3 in the morning game time. I remember. When we were dealing with that big field that was on that weird slope, afterwards I just kept on having so many issues of just trying to drive with that fucking header trailer. I don't know what was going on, but it was just like issue after issue just trying to navigate with that damn trailer. It wasn't shown on stream, unfortunately, because I had already ended the stream at that time. But god damn was that annoying as hell. Like, I just kept on hitting everything, just like how I hit the arm right there. Okay, let's get this set up for that field. Just gonna check out to see if there's any ready boxes of eggs. I think it might be in the back there. No, it's not ready yet, but it's almost there. It'll be ready in the morning, though. There we go, we get to see now. Oh, look at that! Crops coming in. Putting it to another will not do that, basically. I do good, but it only does that at like midnight. No, I don't care that I missed that one little spot right there. That's perfectly fine for me. I'll look to actually try to do it. I'm thinking that tree might cause an issue, but I'm not too sure yet. Okay, I think I have some other contracts for, let's see. Hell, canola, soybean, wheat, soybean. Okay. So, I could leave this. I thought I took it off. Let's bring this back over to the farm before I head out. Ish! That's close to me. And I also just remembered, I was having so much of an issue I turned traffic off. Because the traffic was just getting in the way as well, trying to get that damn header moved. Damn, you shut up fast. And it's Chad, you guys doing alright? I'm waiting for my energy drink powder to come in. I finally took the dive and I got like a small tub or something. I got it from the place that I have an affiliate code with the Dragon's Treasure. That specifically got the Beyond the Horizon energy drink mixture that they have. I'll let you guys know how it tastes once I actually get it. But it's supposedly due today. But I don't know yet. Maybe because it hasn't come in yet. But speaking of the Dragon's Treasure, I do have an affiliate code. If you guys like tea, you like soaps for whatever reason, coffee, or even the energy drinks, I have a code that will allow you to get 10% off your order. Then when you go to dragonsTreasure.com, you put together all the teas, all the soaps, all the coffee, all the energy drink stuff that you want. Maybe even some accessories like infusers for the teas. You go do that, then on checkout, code Conductor Savy to save 10%. Of course you are. These helpers aren't exactly that good when it comes to irregularly shaped fields like this. It would be better if I was using Courseplay. I did have Courseplay installed, but I do remember when I first started the save, I made it a rule that I can't use Courseplay unless you guys use the redeems. a nice little role to help keep me from cheating with her. Because I have a setup where the helpers there don't require any money. But the mod does a really good job at making some really good harvesting lines with it. But yeah, because of how I have it set up though, I can't exactly make use of it unless you guys make use of the volunteer work redeem. I need to see if I have it turned on actually. I've been trying to get it in a way where it would let me know how many I have available. But for whatever reason, I can't get it to actually take away stuff. Now, I will say I am making some good progress with a little side project I've been working on off stream. It's not a stream-related project, unfortunately. But some of you know I've been working on a small little mod for Hytale. It's mainly just me, like, putting in stuff that I think would make the game better, at least for me anyways. And that would be like adding storage functionality to like wardrobe and such. But I now have a plan for something I want to add in the future. It's effectively just a clone of the game's farming system as it currently is. But I want to have it be done with like its own blocks and items and such. So if you're already used to how farming works in Hytale, you'll be used to how this would work as well. Let's go check up on the sheets. We still only have 8 sheep. But we do have what looks like 1.5 cows at the moment. But just for the sake of ease, once this one fills up, I'm gonna move them both over here. Just for the sake of ease. But yeah, where is that tractor? $64, okay. Let's see, I think I was going to do the route of beats with that thing. Because I remember last time that we played this, I bought that piece of land and I converted it into a little facility. For use of beets and potatoes. I want to say this little route over here, this little dirt track over here would be faster, but I think it's so much more bumpy compared to this. And I'm not sure if the harvester would be able to even handle that. Oh no, why is it turned that way? Wait, no, it's not turned that way, it's turned right. For some reason it looked like it was turned a different way. Hello, Trim Buff, how you doing? You doing well? That's good. I'm doing alright myself. I'm just getting a little bit antsy because my, I have a package that's apparently due today, and it's one of the new energy drinks from the place I've been created with. So I'm getting a little bit antsy because it's supposed to be here now. but I have not seen it yet. It said FedEx almost 2 weeks to get your new laptop to you. Oh, damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I kinda hate when the films that have like big hills like that. I kinda hate that. Hello, Chris. Welcome in. We're gonna do like 2 head rows of this. If you guys don't know what a head row is, it's basically laps around the field. For amateurs, it's just a way to give them a bit more room to maneuver. Especially when it's close to a road like this. Like a big machine like this, I need some room to be able to turn around. Also, check, have any of you guys tried the other grab top thing yet? At least on the Twitch side, that is. I kinda got a thinking it might be something that might be worth for you guys to try out. I think it helps me over time. But it could definitely be like something for you guys to like, I guess check out. I think it's probably like mobile games or something. This is actually a pretty big field of soybeans. I think where this hill is, the harvester would probably have an easier time going up and down along the long side than going up and down along the short side here. Really, because it's just how steep this hill is. Now, I'm sure most, if not all of you, have probably seen the announcement that Discord made recently. I'm not happy about it. If they go through with that, I'm gonna look for a new platform to have the community on. Because I'm not going to support Discord with forced ID verification. There are 3 platforms that I have heard of, on which I'm going to be taking a look at them soon. I've already taken a brief look over at the platforms of Element and Stilt. Well, I was just told about another one a little bit before the stream, actually, called Rude. So I'm going to take a look at that one too. I think for the sake of this, I'm gonna give myself some more room. I'm gonna do one more lap around. Well, I also have a full tank to empty out. Oh, that didn't crap. It is. Well, thank you, Lake. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful time as well. Let's see, we got a weekend here. What? Which contract has we on it? That 66 does. Then we're at 64, meaning I must have like overshot or skipped ahead. But yeah, thank you, Lake. I appreciate it. Let me just take this tractor over to 66. Where is it? I'll just bring the truck over to here. Oh, good, you're making progress. Looks like you missed them over here. Yeah, you missed a little bit. That's fun, I could just quickly go over these when it's done. Damn, I should've looked. Don't just blindly go out into traffic like that in real life, chat. Trust me. Even though you could do it in a video game without too much of a problem, it's kind of inconvenient in the game when you do get hit. But if you were to do it in real life and get hit, that will be much worse. And trust me, it's not fun. I guess while we wait for that to fill, let me see if I had the redeem up. Oh no, I don't even have that. Huh, okay. I'll have to figure something out for that. This will be the last head row. This way this harvester will have plenty of room to turn around and such. Tomorrow, chat, we're going to be doing some Diablo 4. let me work on side quest tomorrow. There's like one side quest that I don't think we'll be able to do tomorrow. So that one side quest is likely going to be done off stream. But we got a lot of side quests over in the western areas of the map. Now chat, if you like the music that's playing tonight, that is from Pro Kisio, White Pet Audio. Link is down below on the YouTube and Rebel side. And that is White Pet Audio on YouTube. Now this should leave us plenty of room to be able to turn around. And once I finish this line, I will then go to the chariot and do those areas that I missed. You know, I gotta get this one cleaned. Did it skip half this line? Oh my god, it did. What the fuck? How did it do this to me? Wait, was this from canola the entire time? Look, I needed to be weak. Come on, thank you. Because this way I just don't feed the chickens. Sit back, everyone. Relax. It's gonna be a nice relaxing night. Look, there's the ads on Twitch. chat. Is anything new with you guys? Anything new that you'd like to share? What could use a bigger harvester? Now when I say bigger, I mean like a bigger capacity harvester. Welcome back, my Twitch passengers. Hello, Brandy. Welcome in. Oh, we're having a good night so far. Oh shit. I was hoping to have been able to, at least get the rest of the line before it got full, but okay. Let's get into the truck then. We're making good progress on this hill at least. Let me pick up piping. Then get this foot out of the way. Because I'm gonna empty out this trailer. Where was this one wanted to unload at? That's not a good life, okay. So effectively the other side of the map from here. I gotta be careful around that bridge. I don't want to have another instance like what happened the last time I streamed this. I wonder if that field is still cursed. Because there's a field right next to the town, next to the river. That likes to bug the shit out of my equipment. Okay, it looks like the store is still going through the honey. A lot of traffic suddenly. You know, I kinda want to bring the save over to Greenwich Valley for whatever reason. Cause I kinda like that map. However, I think just like this map, it also suffers from having like map-wide object. I actually swap instead of hitting the thing. Oh, that must be like weighing the vehicles, huh? Yeah, that must be like a weight station. Anyways, once I get this truck over to the field, I'm gonna be right back for a moment. Because I want to see if the thing came. Oh, we zooming. Oh, damn, we got some air with that. Tank is empty. Look, I thought there was enough seat in that thing. Oh, I missed the line over there. I think that's everything for it at the moment. Okay, let's go check out what's happening with the chariot here. Damn, got like half the field at least. Oh, it's our seed bags here. Like I said, I'm gonna be right back. So yeah, enjoy the VOD harvester. After I turn this off. But yeah, enjoy this. Let me be right back. I have returned. Does everyone have right to light the fire? Oh, looks like this seems about to finish. I'm taking direct control of it now. Okay, that should be it for this field. Let's just take this over to that field. We're not gonna go on the road too long. Okay, let's go get this unloaded. In fact, where's the other soybean going? Also there, okay. Excuse me, so both soybeans are going to the same place, so that's fine. That means this load will finish off that contract. And then what's left over will go towards the other one. And thankfully, since both contracts are going to the same place, it's perfectly fine. You know, I kinda hate traffic in this game. Like, seriously, what the fuck? She even poked him away. Like, it doesn't matter if I try or not, they're just like solid objects. Solid objects on a waypoint path. While we're over here, let's see how good that one did. Look, it's done good so far. It missed 2 spots over there, but that's fine. Yeah, there's something up with this field right here. Lantern is worst, is tainted. At least I'm selling more honey than I'm spending on the helper. That's pretty good. I think I'm gonna take this over to 77. I would cut across the field, but then I'd have to pay for it. Oh, is that where the spinnery is? Also, right here is 37. I was so busy driving looking at other stuff that I didn't realize I was passing it. Like, for now, we're gonna have a helper who work with that. Because I'm gonna go fetch the header. Or at least the header trailer, anyways. So, how you guys doing good tonight? hope you're all doing good tonight. Having a nice relaxing night. You know, I'm actually curious as to why you guys decided to go with Farm Sim over the other two options that I went with. So for those that weren't around, earlier in the Discord, I decided, well, I feel like don't update these games, but I don't know which one to do. The games in question being Far Cry 3, Diablo 4, and this game. So I couldn't decide, so I figured I'd ask you guys which one you would prefer me to play tonight. Now what has me curious is why did you guys choose this one over the other two? Like, I'm actually serious, that has me legitimately curious. And this is a far side. A long side at that. This would be a good field for some beats. You know what game we should return to at some point? Dark Souls 2. We should go back to that one at some point. I remember we went down to I don't remember what that little underground waterfall tunnel was. But I remember we went there. And that's where we currently are. There's one of sentinels and a bunch of other enemies in that area. fuck are you doing? Okay. That's fine. Yeah, that's still getting traction. Why is that post still getting traction? Oh, you didn't bookmark it, what the fuck? Okay. I'm sorry, I kinda just had to look at something on Twitter about a notification. And I see that some posts of me are still getting traction. Okay, just missed a couple over here. I don't think it missed anything else. I'm gonna top up this, the cedar. Put it next to the cultivator. Then we're gonna get the weeder on this thing again. Because I get the feeling we're gonna need it soon. With this field specifically. That just thing also serves as a as a planter of sorts. you guys are having a nice, relaxed night. But yeah, like I said earlier, I don't know why you guys wanted this game. Over the other two more action-filled ones. Funnily enough, at least according to the Rumble Studio analytics, it seems Far Cry is actually doing better than my other stuff. And I'm not sure why that is. But maybe people just like it better. Go and get this thing cleaned up. I still gotta get this moved out of it. I'm a bit better. Look at that, looks brand new now. I think the next thing I'm gonna buy is definitely be a silo. How is it cruise control still? Oh, okay. I think this week is going to Arctopine. Which thankfully it's not that far away from where we are right now. God, you can make it out the smoke, can you? Come on, I know you can do it. They're crawling, but you're doing it. Another Linux slipping in. Oh yeah, and some wheels up there. Come on, you almost up. I got a bit steep for this thing. How you doing, Linux? How about making it so far? And that's weird. Why is where's the alpha chat not showing up on screen? Let me get to where this V is going, then I'll look at what that says, because I have the OBS blocking part of that. from what I'm able to see, since I can see most of it, I think it says that you have great news. You just got 2 subs on your channel today. Oh, I gotta say that is nice. Like, that is pretty good, actually. I don't remember if Rumble subs paid better than Twitch subs. I know people may say the Twitch one is better in that regard. But I think they're thinking on, like, the aspect of just the amount of people that are on Twitch. Oh, that tastes so much better than still. And just to make sure that's the amount going to the creator. Okay, I think the Savy is coming here. Let me check real fast. But the pen, yes. Okay, let me fix the Haxel chat over here. I don't know why that wasn't showing up earlier. Okay, you just checked in the amount going to the creator at the 495. Hey, that's still better than Twitch at least. Like in regards to the amount going to the creator, that's better than Twitch. Because with Twitch, I believe it's 50-50 on Twitch. So the sub on Twitch costs like $6, but the creator gets 3. But yeah, that's actually pretty good though. 5 on Rumble compared to 3 on Twitch? Yeah, that's pretty good. I think the ad is 30 on Twitch. I actually looked at it yet. I think that it's available, but I have not taken a look at it yet. Mostly it's because of just the lack of time I have available, like between streaming and my day job. Like the only time I actually have available that's not being done doing streaming or day job is basically like the hour or 2 before stream. And then like half an hour to an hour after stream. Let's just say it's easier to make short-term Rumble than it is on YouTube. I have not even attempted to make one on YouTube yet. Like the only kind of shorts experience I have is like just making clips on on Twitch, I think. And I think maybe I did actually try to make one. But I was under the assumption that it was a clip that I was making. You want to tackle this? Are you just gonna do that one thing and then boop? I might have to commandeer this. Well, for whatever reason, traffic is held up. They're watching the harvester. Can only make a 90-second short post, but nothing. Hey, it's something at least. It's definitely something at least. Some homemade A1 sauce. Ooh, nice. What are you doing? What is this thing doing? In a combine? Even a combine? I mean, it's possible. It's a combine harvester. No weeds over here yet, that's good. I hope we're gonna do that section. guessing it's going to go back to that other section. Well, it's 8 o'clock. Let me go check to see if my thing is here. So be at that check. Okay, I have 10. Let me just check the email that has a shipping thing on it. Assuming I didn't, delete it. Does he doesn't a start? It is acting as if its job is done. Hello, Tracy. Welcome in. Okay, so if it's over there... Why did I get something else that was saying it was from Shopify? Oh, I read the date wrong on that, okay. So never mind, I'm kind of freaking out about a package that's not even due until Friday. Well, I feel a bit silly now. I honestly feel a bit silly, I'm not gonna lie. has that ever happened to you guys where you're freaking about a package that's supposed to arrive? And so you're freaking out because it hasn't arrived yet. But then you find out that's not even due for another few days. Has that ever happened to you guys? I think it's happened to me more than just this instance. But I don't remember the last time I was like that. Not really? Huh. Actually, there was something that was fairly recent that I ordered that I was freaking out about too. But I can't remember what it was. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. Oh well, I don't think it must have been too important if I can't remember what it was. Anyways, nah, it wasn't shoes. I don't order shoes through the mail like that. Like if I was to get shoes, I'm very minimalistic when it comes to the amount of shoes I have. Like I just like to have like one pair that I use for just the general all around the hand at work. So like if anything, I'd probably go to like maybe 1 or 2 pairs of shoes a year. Yeah, which I'm actually due to buy a new pair as it is because mine are starting to fall apart again. Yeah, I work my shoes ragged at times. You have to order shoes through the mail because they don't have your foot. Really? Sheesh, making me wonder if you're like Bigfoot or maybe Tinyfoot. They could go either way. But damn, if they don't even have your shoe size in stock, that's something. The Walmart that's in my area sells the shoes in that size. But it's like on the far end of what they sell. Because I think the Walmart in my area will sell up to size 15 men's. Oh damn, that sucks. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just lucky in that regard then. But damn, that sucks, man. I'm sorry. Okay, let's put out some lines over here on the side to give this thing a better opportunity of turning around. It's all better than a few months. Yeah, that's what I'm... You're not wrong! You're not wrong. If that's where I get my shoes, and it's like every 6 months, every 6 to 7 months I get a new pair. I just don't want to get like designer shoes though. Because I don't need designer shoes, especially for my road. Yeah, they probably do. Would definitely explain why they're so cheap as well. Like compared to like other brands, like from Nike for example. But Nike also gets a lot of their stuff from China, don't they? And then they charge a shit ton. But yeah, like with me though, like it kind of makes sense for why my shoes fall apart within a couple months like that. Especially considering that with my day job, I'm walking around everywhere. Like I'm walking everywhere. I'm walking a good 10 miles a day at least, just at work alone. Bunch of tiny ass little laps basically between all the little stores and place. But then for whatever reason our warehouse is like on the other side of the damn area. And it takes like 10 to 15 minutes just to walk over there. Never walk that much anymore. I wish I had a data entry job, to be honest. Like, I think I would probably be better at this point with a data entry job. Because then I won't have to walk around that much. But no, as it is, with my day job, I have to walk between a bunch of different restaurants. And then sometimes I have to go to the warehouse to grab shit from said restaurant. And then I also gotta take the garbage out of said restaurant. I'm honestly trying to find a job that's like not what I'm doing currently. For my day job, that is. So I'm trying to find one that's like in the area that I could just get to easily on my scooter. Do I work in a restaurant? I mean, by technicality I do. By technicality I work at a restaurant. But if you want the truth of the matter, I work at, basically 6 to 7 restaurants all at the same time. Because I work in a travel hub. And so, like, all the restaurants are ran by, like, one bigger company. So you got one company that's running, like, 5 or 6 restaurants all in the same small area. And I have to travel between, like, all those restaurants and such. Thankfully, I am not a cook, and thankfully, I don't have to handle money for them. I just gotta make sure that they have the supplies and that they're clean. That's all I gotta do, thankfully, but still. The amount of pay is good, it's not good in my area. Cause like, yeah, I'm getting like 16, almost 17 now. But for my area, that may as well be minimum wage. I should actually look up what my state's current minimum wage is, actually. So now let me look it up real fast. Okay, it's just slightly better than minimum wage as of September this year. Last year is 14. And I still hate the fact that my state allows people to get paid less just because they get tipped. Like, that's so fucking stupid. Like, if I have any criticism for my state, the beautiful state of Florida, it's the fact that tip employees are... employers are legally allowed to pay them less than minimum wage because of it. Just because of them being tipped. Like, that's one thing I actually do not like about my state. was glad to know that the minimum wage has gone up everywhere except my position hasn't even been going up that much. But yeah, as of September this year, the minimum wage will be 15. I'm making just over that. The minimum wage in your area is $7.25. I know that's the federal minimum wage. At least I think it's the federal one. And to my knowledge, the minimum wage has to be whichever is higher between the state or federal. And usually it's going to be the state that has the higher minimum wage. The state's official minimum wage? Damn. But yeah, me haven't looked that up. Actually made me sad. And I'll tell you why it made me sad. Before I started working at where I work now, I was working a tipped position as a delivery driver for a pizza place. And I was only getting like maybe 300 to 400 a month, or no, not a month, but 300 to 400 every 2 weeks basically. Is making up to sell. But yeah, I'm not even sure how I even managed to live off of that. But then again, I was with my parents at the time. So before I worked at where I am now, I was making like I want to say like probably like $7 to $8, I think. All because it was a tip position. And so I left that place to go work to where I am now. It was a huge increase to the pay because one, I wasn't working a tip position. So I went from like going at like the $7 to $8 an hour as a tipped employee to making like 15 to 16 as a non-tip. And the state minimum wage was only like 12 at the time. It was like 11 or 12, I think. So, me going from that pizza place to where I am now was a huge pay increase. But now that I've seen that, and just how high the, now that I've seen just how high the state minimum wage went up, it makes me kind of sad because nothing's been done to adjust for that huge increase. Like between the state minimum wage and where I'm currently working. Like they've just been giving us like a quarter of a raise every year. And my place is basically working at above minimum wage. are struggling with speed. I have the feeling the header needs to get repaired. Or get worked on, because this thing's normal speed is like 6 miles an hour while full harvesting. Oh, I see we have a decrease of people over on the rumble coach. Hello, everyone. Feel free to say hi. It will help me out with getting me to the Rumble Corp Creator Program thing. Did I hear about the new policy with Discord? With them basically wanting us to send in our government ID? Yeah. It's a great policy if you want to lose all your user base. Like, I'm not going to lie, but if they do decide to go through with it, I'm going to look for alternatives. And I already know of 3 of them. 3 possible alternatives. They are Stealth, which is formerly Revolt. The second one is Element. And the third one I learned about today called Root. You think it's unconstitutional? It's a huge invasion of privacy. It's a huge invasion of privacy. I don't know if it is constitutional or not for them. I honestly don't know in that regard for like additional services, basically. But they don't need them. They don't need our IDs. Especially for the people that have been paying for like Natural and such. And I'm not gonna lie, I've had Natural for like 5 to 6 years, maybe even longer. But because of this new policy that they're gonna be going with, I canceled it. I won't lose those natural perks until the end of the month, but still. I don't think it's about the adult content. But that's just me. I think what's going on is they're catering to the governments. Okay, before I continue with this is just a conspiracy theory that I have formed on my own. But I think what's going on for why Discord went this route with one of the government IDs and facial scans has to deal with lazy-ass parents that don't want to interest themselves with making sure what their kids are doing online is safe or not. In other words, lazy parents that are not parenting properly. And then of course some shit has happened to their kid, and now they're going to the government with not wanting to take accountability for what they were too lazy to do. And that gave the governments the bullets that they needed to go in at the various things like the Online Safety Act over in the UK. And now what I think is happening, because the UK and possibly Australia had been emboldened by it because they managed to force Discord to do this policy over in their respective regions, what I think possibly may have happened now is that the governments, more than likely the UK, I'll take it cryptic for the sub, I appreciate it. But yeah, so don't let on my conspiracy theory. Well, I think it's going on. Now that the UK and possibly Australia have been emboldened because they managed to get Discord to do it for their respective regions, I think they probably threaten Discord with original ban or massive fines if they don't expand the program to worldwide. I think that's what happened. That's just my conspiracy theory though. I could be wrong, I could be right. I wonder how much of it is right. But I think that's what's going on with it. You're gonna have to pull on your tinfoil hat because you agree with me. I think we all need that. I think we all need a tinfoil hats. If I wasn't sure about the potential copyright stuff, I would play Red Owl's foil. Because he recently came out with that song, I think. And it's all about basically using aluminum foil and then going right into conspiracy theories. I would do the same thing with my state, but unfortunately my state has also enacted some similar laws. Hello, Cheetan. Like, I'm happy with most of the stuff that the governor of my state has signed off on. But there was one particular one that I really don't like, and that was, what was it called? I don't remember if it had a proper name, but it was one of the House Bill 3s. Which basically forced some internet platforms to basically require getting a ID scan basically just to allow people on it. And because of that, some sites have blocked my state because of it. Better fucking use VPN just to see those sites now. And they enacted this law under the guise of child safety as well. And then when seeing the governor basically making posts about not doing the digital ID shit, which actually pisses me off. Because if he's against digital ID, then why the fuck did he sign a bill in that it basically enacted for Florida? Like, seriously, it pisses me the hell off. And what they're not understanding, or maybe they do understand and they just don't care, is that forcing us to have to give our IDs to places that don't require them in the first place. Especially if you have to do it through a digital means, actually makes everyone more... It makes it more dangerous for everyone. In the case of online services or internet platforms, if you force the website to have to keep a database of who's basically verified as an adult or not through these ID scan stuff, you better have some really good fucking security for that. Because last year we saw that one of the partners for Discord had a breach that exposed 70,000 IDs. 70,000 UK citizen IDs. And now Discord wants to push that fucking program globally? Yeah, no. Who knows what's happened to those IDs? Sure, the people that own those IDs have their IDs, and that's not a problem. But because there's a leak that revealed them, those people are now at risk for identity theft, fraud, and whatnot. Like, that's just asking for the floodgates to open to all sorts of crimes involving identity theft. Oh, but Savy, you see that there's a strapless gun is on your device. Oh, fucking shit. What proof do we have that stays there? We already know it's sending something to the companies just to say, hey, this person verified. I'm pretty damn sure it's gonna be more than just a fucking token saying it's alright. Like, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be the token and maybe the scan itself. But because Discord is a closed source project, we have no idea to verify if what they're saying is even true with that. But yeah, we wouldn't be in this fucking issue if it wasn't for the fact that there's lazy parents that did not want to parent. And because they didn't want to take accountability for their mistake, they asked the government to step in for them. And now the government is getting mad with power. Does our government know that the internet is not designed for children? It's the parents who should... Yeah, exactly! The parents need to be involved with what their kids are doing online, even if they're playing a kid's game like Minecraft. They should at least be in a room with them. But no, we have a bunch of lazy-ass fucking parents that don't want to bother with making sure the kids are staying safe online. And a good amount of these parents are also fucking millennials in which we grew up being told not to share information like that online. Or rather, specifically, it was, don't tell strangers who you are and such. Don't go with strangers and whatnot. All this fucking learning and teaching of us to be careful on strangers and such, and now it's just thrown right out the fucking window because they don't want to be bothered making sure their own kids are alright. I'm sorry, that kind of sounded like a crash out. I think it's a rightful crash out too. Oh, there's still parents that still let their kids use Rebel. That's another thing! They don't care that Roblox is under a huge scandal! Y'all can understand that Roblox is... Yeah, exactly! They don't care that Roblox is under a huge fucking scandal right now because of that shit. And then for the ones that do, they're still fucking lazy because they'd rather the government do something about it instead. We have lazy parents that don't want to do anything in regards to their kids' safety online. And so now the goes with that, everyone has to suffer because of a few fucking lazy parents. This is... Okay, I don't even know where I was going with that next thought. Because my next thought was one of the things that I did for my own Discord and such. Because I don't want minors interacting with my stuff. But then right before I started saying it, I realized it has nothing to do with the subject. But yeah, this shit pisses me off. And that's why I'm gonna get started with the bullshit that was on a YouTube Kids app. Well, with things like the fucking elucidate and all that. Like, if I ever have a kid in the future, I want to make sure that anything that they play online, all the communication is turned off. If they play on a game that allows you to generate content, I'm gonna be in the room with them, just checking up on what they're doing and whatnot. Cause like, if they're on something like Minecraft, for example, oh sure, probably most of the time will be fine with Minecraft if they're on a server like, I don't know, maybe Hypix or something. But if they're playing on a multiplayer server, I want to make sure I'm in the room with them at least. It's not the government's job to stop kids from going to on Roblox and let them go on both sides. Yeah, exactly. Because right now, as the laws are for adult sites, well, it's like adult sites and other sites that are like wanted to be kid-free, basically. All these websites are required to do, like at least on the federal level, is just have a little window saying, "Are you at least this old?" But unfortunately, you can easily lie. I've done that myself. Because I found porn when I was in 5th grade. And I wasn't even looking for it. But I came across porn when I was in 5th grade. On my own. No one showed it to me. I found it on my own. And the way that I found it, I was looking for cheat codes for various video games. Like, I remember putting in search, video game cheat codes. Because I was looking for a site that was like similar like GameFAQs, for example. And one of the fucking results at the top of the search was a fucking porn site. I don't even know how that managed to happen either. But yeah, I'm happy that my mom at least had some sense to make sure I was not doing shit like that. Like, she trusted me ultimately. And thanks to how I was raised, I think I was pretty good when it came to me playing online. But a lot of these people don't understand how dangerous it has become since the late 90s, early 2000s. It's become so much more dangerous for kids since then. And they don't understand this. Parents letting the kids go on the internet is like... Parents letting the kids... Oh, you mean letting, okay. Parents letting the kids go on the internet is like parents letting the kids wander around. Yeah! In fact, I'd say it's even more dangerous than that, probably. And New York is not that safe at the moment, at least New York City, that is. But yeah, ever since the early 2000s, late 90s, the internet has become much more dangerous for kids. You would think that the parents would have adapted. But no, you got the millennials that grew up with it, who should know better, by the way. And they're just letting their kids do whatever. That's right there, everyone's got porn site. Yeah, definitely. I found stuff like Newgrounds on my own, for example. And Newgrounds was a fun site, but it definitely had some porn on it at the time. But just not denying, Newgrounds did have porn on it in the past. I don't know if they still have it, though. Like, I remember one of the games I played on it was a flash game that was like about like That was like a dating sim slash game, basically. And the reward for doing good on it was being able to do dress up with the female character there. You haven't heard of Newgrounds for years? It's still around, but I don't know if it's better or worse than when it was in like the early 2000s. I recently found out MySpace is still around. But you could go to MySpace right now, it's still around. I don't know how it functions now compared to like the 2000s when it was popular. Wait, this is soybeans? I thought this is wheat. Yeah, that's whatever. But yeah, seriously though, we wouldn't be in this fucking censorship apocalypse, which we all know is not for the safety of kids, by the way. They say it is, but it's not. It's just government overreach, basically. But we wouldn't be in this shit if it wasn't for the lazy fucking parents. Because they're the source of why this is happening. Lazy parents that don't want to make sure that the kids are safe, that don't want to parent properly. That is the millennial ones too, which probably grew up on the internet and such as well. Like, let me tell you, once I was in high school, a lot more of my life revolved around playing online and all that. Like, yeah, I had friends, but my social life was increasingly going to the internet from the mid 2000s to late 2000s. And then I graduated high school and whatnot. But now we have people that are parents who are likely either Gen X or millennials that don't want to parent properly. And they're the reason why we're in this bullshit with ID verification bullshit. Oh, they probably removed it. Or maybe they locked it behind needing an account. But yeah, so like when I say Gen X, I mean like the later end of it. Or the younger end of the Gen X, which is right before the millennials started. So like the late 80s ones. The late 80s Gen X's, yeah, the late 80s Gen Xers and the millennials, we were gifted with watching the internet grow up, basically. And now, they're just letting shit happen. You'd think the people that would be the most aware of what's going on with online shit, and when it comes to like kid grooming and whatnot, would be the fucking millennials and the other generations that grew up when the internet was still developing. No worries when it's there, as long as you're giving me the fun. But yeah, like, for all the generations that have been able to watch the internet grow and develop from I want to say mid-90s at the earliest, till basically now, you would think that'd be that group of Gen Xers and the millennials especially that would know the dangers. But nope, they'd rather be fucking lazy, at least the parents anyways. And no, well, the humanism had to crash out. I hope I'm using that term correctly there. Ugh. But yeah, because of fucking lazy parents that let shit happen to their kids, and they don't want to take accountability for not being able. Oh yeah, I forgot slime blisters on my shoulder. You remember being told how dangerous chat rooms were in Oakwood? Yeah! Hell, even the chat rooms on Blizzard's Battle.net were dangerous. In fact, there was possibly someone who tried to groom me into getting abducted at one point on that. Where somehow they knew who I was, for example, and told me to wait outside the school gates for them. Oh, and sure enough, that day I just went straight home. And I wasn't gonna wait on that. Sometimes words can or can't even see if he actually said otherwise. Well, when it comes to someone that knows shit about you, but you don't even know who it is, that can be pretty fucking scary. Like, this person knew about my dog, they knew who I was, they knew what school I went to. Like, I don't even know how they managed to find out that was my daughter on the account. I forget what account I was on at the time, but still. Like, that shit is actually scary. Hey, why is the truck here? Where? Oh, you're still over here. But yeah, I don't know how they got that information on me, because I never gave that information out on the internet. But they somehow managed to learn what my Banga account was. And that's scary enough. And because of that, I actually walked home with friends on that day. That day and for a good couple of weeks afterwards. Which map is this one? This is the Valley, the old farm. But yeah, like, I was smart enough to be able to understand that something was going on with that. So I waited for my friends, then I left for my friends. For like the next couple of weeks afterwards as well. Got it from the dark web also for using Windows. People can still find out all you. Damn. Yeah, so this is back when like Windows XP was a thing. I don't think XP did stuff like the data collection. I think Vista and onwards did though. Did she also have FS19 for desktop? Would it be okay if we went? I would say yes, but the issue is that I have a shit ton of mods. And these mods take up a lot of space on their own. This map is one such mod. One of the reasons why you swap to Linux. I really should give that operating system a try. I know they have a Windows emulator that I could use for games like this. But I really should give Linux a try sometime. Willem's the default map for Farm Sim 15. Isn't that the Giant's Island map? I never played 15, but I think that's what the map was the Giant's Island. My first Farm Sim was 17. And I believe I have one of the maps from that one downloaded here too. I think I have two of them actually. And an expanded version of one of them. Did I change the profile picture? Yeah, I'm gonna be slowly over time swapping my visuals over to that design. Because I'm getting pretty happy with that design. Oh, thank you for the head pats. I'm gonna take this back to the farm. I'm gonna cheat this wheat. You started with 15, then you played 17. Hey, for those of us that do play Farming Simulator, we do start somewhere. But yeah, like back to the episode that got me crashing out. You wouldn't be here if the parents actually cared about their kids' online safety. They wouldn't have given the governments like the UK, like Australia, like the legislators of my fucking state, for example. They would not have given them the fucking bullets to enact those fucking laws. Those privacy invasive laws. Oh, and the guys are protecting the children. Kiss my fucking ass at that. If they really cared about the kids, they would encourage the parents to use the fucking parental controls that pretty much every device has had since, like, at least since I was born anyways. Like, we had parental controls on the fucking TV. You blame all this parents trying to get kids safe from the internet on the 2020 censorship on social platforms? I mean, that probably played a role in it too, but it's ultimately the parents in my opinion. Like, they should have looked into, like, ways to keep their kids from going to this place. They should have been active in what their kids were doing on the computer. Especially if the computer has an internet connection. I wish my parents were more involved with it. Like, my mom was somewhat involved with it. And I'm happy for that at least, but I wish they were more involved. When I think back on my childhood, I do wish they were more involved with that. But yeah, this whole thing would not have happened had parents been doing what they were supposed to be doing by protecting their kids. Like, you told your son who's 16 years old how to use the internet properly and not concerned with it. Yeah. Yeah. Like, we have so many parental controls now to help control this shit. Like, if you're a tech-savvy person, you could definitely go into your router and basically pretty much on the network level block various sites and whatnot. Like, you don't want your kid viewing porn? Okay, that's perfectly fine. Go into the router and block the porn websites on it. Whether that be, like, globally on the network or just on whatever connection the computer is on. Might be better to do with globally in some cases. Well, yeah, we wouldn't be in this issue if parents had taken actual, like, care. For the effort and the monitor other. Yeah, exactly! I know some routers actually keep track of that too. Like hell, sometimes when my roommate is browsing and a fishy ad comes up that gets blocked on the network level, I actually get an alert saying that this and that was blocked. I'm just gonna take this over to the where I'm currently doing the work. But yeah, we have so many usable parental controls out there now. Teach the parents how to use the fucking parental controls. Because it's their job to make sure their kid is alright. It's their job to make sure the kid is safe, not the government's, not the fucking social platform. And it's especially not my job. At least, I do my best to try to keep kids out of my areas. Parents are just too lazy to do it these days. I unfortunately agree. I unfortunately agree with that. If only they took more interest in what the kids are doing. They wouldn't be in this damn predicament. So now, because of a couple of lazy-ass fucking parents, everyone has to suffer. You know what they say, the bad apple spoils the bud. Did I hear that Ubisoft went bankrupt? That was announced recently, then no. I know they're not doing too well these days. And I just thought I may have lost access to Heroes of Might and Magic 7. Which, by the way, has a single-player mode. I guess I'll actually have to launch on Steam just to make sure. But thankfully, games that don't require a fucking constant online connection and whatnot, like Far Cry 3 for example. At least I could play those. Games like Far Cry 3 and Watch Dogs 1. I can play those at least. But from what I've heard, if I want to play even Assassin's Creed 1 these days, I'm gonna have to pirate it. Unless I somehow have an old Xbox or PlayStation version of it, which I don't anymore. Like, they had some good games in their heyday. You played Far Cry 1, that was a pretty good game. I've never played Far Cry 1 or 2. My experience with that franchise has been from 3 and onwards. But from what I do understand, the first 2 Far Cries were like from a more military perspective. And then from 3 and onwards, they swapped perspectives to like, starting with 3 being a tourist basically. Like 3, 4 were both tourists. And then with 5 it was, I think you were a deputy. I don't know about the spin-offs other than the Blood Dragon one. which I know for a fact that one you were a cyber commando. I think with the spin-off for 4 being Primal, I think you were a charge person or something. But I don't know, I haven't played Primal. It was a mix of stealth military and then went to experimental mutation. Oh! That actually sounds interesting. What about Far Cry 2? That one to me also looked like it was from a military point of view. Which I guess means that Far Cry 3 was a big surprise to the fans of this franchise at the time. Because of the huge change of perspective. Was hunting a big part of Far Cry before Far Cry 3? You never played 2? Damn. I know when I finish Far Cry 3, we're gonna be playing some Blood Dragon too. Because Blood Dragon was quite a trip. My only fear with streaming Blood Dragon for you guys though is that Blood Dragon could be a bit hard on the eyes because there's so many neon stuff happening. So that's my fear with it. No, there was no hopping on unless the place you consider. Okay. Yeah, because I know with, at least with Far Cry 3 and I'm assuming 4, because I never got that far in 4. I know in 3 and 4, hunting was a big part of the gameplay loop. I don't remember if it was a big part of the loop of 5 though. But yeah, when I play Blood Dragon for you guys, I'm actually concerned that it might hurt you guys' eye. Hey! Like I want to stream it. I definitely want to stream it. But I don't want to hurt your guys' eyes. So when I do play Blood Dragon, I will give you guys a heads up that the visuals in it could be a bit, oh, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say strobe-like, because I don't think there's that much of it. But they're definitely like it's a much different aesthetic, kind of like Tron, for example. Dunzo, welcome in. You missed my crash out earlier. Although you're on YouTube, you could just rewind and experience it. I'm trying to account for the fact that I have a little trailer on me right now. If I take this road, I'm just gonna like go over to the side over there. Hey. Jesus. Damn. Okay, I don't think I'm able to make that turn. I probably should have did another line here. I think I will actually. Let me just do another line going this way. Give me a little bit more room to maneuver, basically. I think what I'm probably gonna do is I'm just gonna go fetch my little maintenance trailer. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do is I'll go fetch my maintenance trailer. Because this thing is supposed to move at like 6 miles an hour when the header is down and everything's on. Chat, I hope you guys are having a good night tonight. If I crash on the side. But yeah, let me go get that maintenance trailer. Where is my chest? Here's my chest. I should be able to leave this way, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I do hope that you guys have all been having a lovely night so far. I've been having a good night, mostly. I see traffic has mostly fixed itself. There was a small pile up earlier because of the harvester for whatever reason. And it seems to mostly seem to have fixed themselves. Oh, let me go check to see if there's a weed in those fields. Yeah, there's weeds there. Let me just do this whole bit right here. I think there might be weeds in the wheat field as well. Oh yeah, definitely, I can see them. I don't know if you guys can see them, but I can see them. And on a field like the soybeans here, it's a little bit hard to see them. But when the early growth stage is like a different color like the wheat is, it's easier to see it. Oh, excuse me. Now, I will say doing the weeding at night on a field like this is actually a bit hard. When it comes to, like, doing a head row and then going around. So I'm gonna have to rely partially on the map to see if I got it to get everything. What does the thing do? So what I'm currently using, the equipment is the thing that's being held by the tractor. And what that does is different, and this one specifically is called a weeder. So the job of this thing is to basically pull out the weeds. Interestingly enough, this thing also has the ability to be a planter. So it could sow seeds if I wanted it to. Well, I don't use it for sowing. I use it to get rid of the weeds. Now, I can let this grow with the weeds in it. But unfortunately, the weeds will actually take away from the yield. So think of it this way. Each crop has a base value that you can make off of. At least in regards to its yield. So let's say you could get like let's say with this field you could get like, I don't know, 10,000 units worth. If you let weeds grow and you don't do anything about that, it can get reduced to like 9,000 or maybe even 8,500. If you decide to fertilize it, you could probably get like maybe 11 to 12,000. And maybe a bit more if you do a second stage of fertilization in this game. So yeah. You get less if you have weeds, you get more if you fertilize and take care of the weeds. And if you have the setting enabled, if you wait too long, the crop will die. But once it gets to the harvest stage, you better get it harvested. Because it'll die soon if you don't do it. you have to put down pesticides for the garden. That is one of the things that you can actually do in regards to weeds. I don't know if the newer farm sims take pesticides into consideration or not. But I think it would count as like weed killer in this game for that. Let's see, did I get all the weeds on this field? There's just a tiny sliver. There's a tiny sliver somewhere in the middle. Well, I can't really tell though because it's almost the same color as the damn crop here. Did I get it now? Oh, I just missed it. I think I'm getting it this time. I missed it by like maybe a fraction of a meter or something. Well, again, one is dark, and the weeds have a similar color to the crop in this field. So it's really hard. It's really easy to miss it. And I got it. There's one tiny little bit of weed in the other field, but it's whatever. I can deal with that. Now for this field over here, there's a wheat field I've planted. We can see it here. Oh, we made 19,500 off of honey alone. Nice. Actually, no, we made 20,000. 20,000 off of honey alone. God damn. I just had a quick look at my notifications involving Twitter. And there's someone acting like a retard trying to get me with a gotcha, but because I have nothing to counter my points with them, they're just resorting to like insults and such. I think it's safe to say you win a debate or an argument if the other party just resorts to insults and can't even counter what you said. I think it's safe to say that you've won in that regard. accidentally refused on the Twitter. Hey, no worries. When Twitter first came out, you thought it was the dumbest platform you'd ever seen. I can't blame you. It's been pretty stupid. Like, the main reason why I have a Twitter myself is mostly for the reach. Oh, I accidentally hit the button to go into the store. Whoops! But yeah, the main reason why I have a Twitter is pretty much for the reach. But it's thanks to this Twitter that I've actually found some of you guys out there. Like, I found other VTubers. That's thanks to Twitter, where I found some really good artists. Like the one that did my model, for example. Pretty much, I use it for, well, okay, I bullshit on it quite a bit, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I do bullshit on Twitter quite a bit. But like, the original reason why I even signed up for it, like, proper, was mainly for the reach for when I started VTubing. I didn't really need it much up, like, before then. Like, in fact, I actually have 2 Twitter accounts, but one of them is pretty much in sleep mode. And that's mainly because of just how rarely I really even needed to go onto Twitter. Because I was in the mindset where I don't need to use Twitter, I don't need Twitter. Until I became a YouTuber. Then we have Facebook and Truth Social. I used to use Facebook so much. I used to use it so much. But then after I started going to college, I pretty much just stopped using it. Like, I rarely go on it now, and it's merely just to see how my friends and acquaintances are doing. I don't have Truth Social though. Yeah, speaking of political arguments sorted, I think that one of my acquaintances on it were worried that Trump was gonna run for a 3rd time. And so I actually did a little bit of looking into that thing, because I already knew thanks to the 22nd he wouldn't be allowed anyways. And as I was looking through, I began into a small argument with Rock on it. Because Stacy Rock actually learned that that not only would the 22nd bar Trump from running anyways, but the potential loophole that the 22nd introduces, I think was already addressed with the 12th. Because at the very end of the 12th Amendment, it states that if the person is ineligible to run for president, then they're not allowed. And that's just making it simple, by the way. Like, if they're constitutionally ineligible to run, they won't be allowed to run. Or serve office, rather. And so, when I looked at that, I was thinking, like, before I learned about what the 12th did, my idea for Trump getting a potential 3rd term and such would only work if he was to run as a vice president under someone, and then something happened to that person that would like force them to resign or whatever. And then that'd be the only way that Trump be a third or more times. But you counter-argument, Joe Biden was president and he was deputy. Oh yeah, for sure. I agree, he was definitely ineligible, especially on the mental side. But unfortunately, because of how the talk is laid out, I don't think it touched the mental stuff. But anyways, so like as I was saying, the idea I had was that Trump could get a third or more times if he ran as a vice president, and then something happened to the president he ran as vice president for. Then yeah, that's viable, but then there's that one line at the very end of the quote about being constitutionally eligible. And when you think about that, if the 22nd prevents him from being able to run for office because he's already served 2 terms after this one, wouldn't you agree that makes him constitutionally ineligible to run? Or even run as a vice president for that matter? Because I think it means that he won't be able to run for either position because the 22nd blocks him from running for president. And then when you filter in the 12th, it states that to even run as a vice president, you need to be eligible to even run for the position of president. I don't think he could run. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think Trump is the best president of my lifetime. And anyone that's watching, cite me on that. But I do think he's the best president of my lifetime, at least. And as much as I would love to have a third term, I have to look at the fact of what I'm able to interpret from what the laws and the Constitution and such say. And based off my interpretation of the 12th and the 22nd, when you put them together, I don't think he could run for any more terms, not even as a vice president. And if he does run, he should be rightfully barred because of the 22nd. But hey, this is just my opinion. Yes, for some reason, a bunch of people think that in order to run, the 22nd will only block you from having consecutive terms. But it doesn't even say that. It doesn't even state that it has to be consecutive. If Congress, at the time of, was it Roosevelt or was it Truman? I think they made it after Roosevelt died, but it was ratified in like 51 during Truman. I think if they wanted it to be consecutive terms, they would have explicitly mentioned the consecutive. All the 22nd says is, if you serve 2 terms, basically, you're not allowed to run again. You're not allowed to run again. So that's either 2 terms as president, or if you become president through succession, and then 1 term after that, you can't run again. The Supreme Court, is the only one that can rule if he could. But honestly, you are right with that. There hasn't been a case where this has happened. All I know for sure is that with the law as it is right now, he will not be allowed to run again for election. he could still get a third term, possibly. But he would have to do so under as a vice president. He would have to do so as a vice president, and then something happens to the president. That's the only way he would be able to get a third or more terms. But then again, there's also the issue with how the trope is stated, saying that they have to be constitutionally eligible. And since the amendments are usually amendments to the Constitution, I would have to say that because of the 22nd, the 12th would apply to him. At least in regards to running. But yeah. Like again, I would love to see God have the term, but I'm trying to look at this logically. And yeah, nothing needed to get repaired. Nothing definitely needed to get repaired. Of course, he could just be saying he wants to run. He's really good at trolling them, I'm not gonna lie. He is very good at trolling them. I will say this though. When he ran for his first term, I thought it was gonna be bad because it's just a reality TV star, basically. A reality TV business mogul. I thought it was gonna be shit under him. Hell, I even joked that I'd move to Canada, which unfortunately I couldn't do anyways. I'm happy I didn't go through with that. Because once he was in office the first time around, I was able to see just how much he actually cared about the country. Which was a huge deal. Like, he actually made strides to try to make the country better compared to other presidents. At least of my lifetime anyways. First then Barack Obama started running in 2009 after I graduated high school. I voted for Obama, that's a regret on my part. If I could change my vote from Obama, I would. Well, I was politically, like, naive and such. So I'm actually happy to have voted for Trump. He's the king of trolls and we love him. Yeah, he's really good at trolling them. You're saying the same thing, but you'd rather have him over you. Holy, definitely! Like, I think Hillary is gonna be shit too. And I will say that, from what I was able to tell, I think Trump was the lesser of the evils at that time. It was definitely because he was the lesser of the evils at the time. But I didn't know that he actually meant what he said. And that was a huge change of heart for me. The game say it was huge. I can't even do it with the voice changer. Obama only became president because he was using... Yeah! I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of why I voted for him. I wanted to be part of history, voting in the first black president. That was a mistake on my part. Especially since I was, as I said, politically naive at the time. Like, I knew nothing of politics at the time. I was like, hey, this person's one of the first people of this type to run for that. I should go with it, be part of history. A huge mistake. Like, if I was more politically knowledgeable at the time, I would not have voted for him. Because thanks to Obama, we had gas prices shoot up like a fucking rocket. Like in my area, it got as bad as $3.50. And this was in, like his first term, I think. Like, gas got fucking expensive under him. I gotta get more honey jars. You never voted for Obama when you heard he issued a healthcare law. You knew he would be the first president. No. I wasn't even aware of what he was wanting to do with that. But when I started hearing on it, again, because of my naivety, I was like, oh, that sounds good. Again, huge fucking mistake. Because of that, my mom had issues with her own health care. It actually put her in debt because of that. Because it was forced to be needed, it put my mom in debt. Like, that was a huge fucking mistake. You still only got 8 sheep. Hey, we get to move those now. Hello, Tex, welcome in. You possibly missed my crash shot earlier. Waiting for the hydrate in the stretch. In the head pats. So Obama Region wanted on that healthcare law that if nobody had health insurance, then you would be. What the fuck? I forgot that was also part of that. I forgot that was part of it. Holy shit. How did I avoid that? Because I actually had no health care until I started working for my current job. Or rather health insurance, but yeah. Oh, I see what's going on there, okay. obviously one of they changed this super fine if he didn't have health insurance. And that's probably why my mom went into that then. Yeah, that's probably why my mom went into that then. And the ironic part was, she worked as a medical case manager for one of the various health insurance Humana in this case. For at least one of their subsidiaries anyways. Well, yeah, I forgot that was even part of what Obama wanted with that. Yeah, if I could go back in time, I would tell the past me to not vote for Obama. Because Obama was the first one I voted for. And that was a huge mistake. I hope our next president is JD at least. He could be a bit better in some areas, he could be a bit more firm. And Trump could definitely use some improvements as well, because look at how bad his handling was with the Minnesota ship. Because he was strongly worded language with them. You should have really put the foot down, man. But that's just my opinion. Oh, it's 10 o'clock, huh? Bullshit. I wish it wasn't so late. Minnesota's completely gone. You didn't think it was that bad, but now it's worse in California. In regards to how they've been acting towards the government, yeah. I think Trump really should have put his foot down with that one. Because he let it fester way too long, in my opinion. I thought the LA riot thing was bad enough. I thought, what yes, that as the LA riots, for example. And I'll talk about the most recent ones. Well, okay, maybe not the most recent ones, but I want to say the ones from last year. I thought that was bad. I didn't think it would get worse than that. And what really has me actually concerned with this particular case of Minnesota is that I actually do have some friends over there in Minnesota. I don't know how close they are to Minneapolis though. It sounds like they're in the countryside at least, so that's a small bit of comfort for me at least. But goddamn. As soon as Waltz and the others basically started saying don't work with the government, he should have put his foot down right fucking there. Like, if there's any clear use of the insurrection act, it would have been Minnesota. These roads are getting worse because of me. It's like... And I think you're right with that thought. They are willing to do everything just because Orangeman bad. Orangeman bad, he threatens our power. Hello, Destructor. Welcome in. We're gonna be getting up in a little bit. And you're hearing me have a crash up again. But yeah, I am sick of them trying to be nice to these people that clearly don't want to work together with him. I'm sick of him trying to play nice with them. Unfortunately, Destructive, I am English only. I do apologize for English only here, I'm sorry. Yeah, he is from Minnesota in Shakopee, just south of Minneapolis. He left for a reason. And honestly, I think he made a good choice with that. I hope the friends I do have there are able to stay away from that shit. You're sick of the damn cafeteria. You're never going to go for that plant again. I don't blame you. I honestly don't blame you. They claim that they're the tolerant people, but no, they're not. They claim that the Republicans are violent and whatnot, especially the MAGA ones. Sure, they may have some nuisances, but they're not that bad. And they're definitely not as bad as the Democrats, as the people that often go with the Democrats, I should say. Like, you know, I think it's safe to say for the past 10, maybe even 15 to 20 years, I think it's safe to say that a lot of the political violence has happened is because of those on the left, which include Democrats and such. You moved from Texas to Minnesota and never had you ever felt exclusion and racism before you met those? Oh, damn. Fun fact, in case anyone did not know, the Ku Klux Klan is actually made by mainly Democrats. At least that's what most of them were in the 60s. And the Democrats are also formerly Confederates. Like, ironically enough, the party that claims to be all inclusive and such is actually the ones doing it. Well, like the ones doing the thing that they say that they're against. MAGA are not violent Democrats. Yeah, every case I've seen, it's some fucking leftist that's being violent. And the only time that anyone that calls himself on the MAGA side, for example, or anyone that calls himself a Republican, or anyone that leans towards the conservative side, the only time that they react, or the only time that they have violence shown on their end, is as a reaction to what the other side is doing to them. In a democracy, human rights are often trampled by the court, while in a constitutional republic, individual rights are protected. Yeah, I'm happy that we're a constitutional republic. But right now, it feels like even that's trying to be chipped away by the fucking left. Like, I'd rather be in a constitutional republic because at least we have more of a say in what happens. But yeah, like, when it comes to, like, the violence and such, like, within the past 15, maybe even 20 years, but definitely in the past 10 years, for sure, the vast majority of political violence has always been from people on the left. Like, the vast majority of it. And they don't want to take they don't want to take accountability for it. It makes me sad seeing the state that we're going to. I'm happy that we got Trump at least because he's able to hold it off for a bit. And I hope that from this point we start seeing a big turnaround with who gets elected to people that actually care about the country. Like, I would love for J.D. Vance to be nominated for president for the next election and such. Because like everything went downhill ever since 9/11. Yeah, for sure. I didn't know much about what was happening with that stuff. I was just a kid in 5th grade when that happened. But yeah, I have to agree. Since that specific incident, shit everywhere has just gone downhill. And I didn't even become aware of it until after Obama was in office for a second term. Like, I started to realize during Obama's second term what was going on. I should not have come this way. But I was able to sneak through this way. All these Republicans need to clear some vote. Oh, definitely. I don't watch Tim Pool anymore, but he does a really good impression of how the Republicans in Congress are right now. When he does that mocking tone of which representative was it? It was either, I think it was the Georgia or Alabama representative. I forget which one, but it's like he mocks him when he does that mocking tone with the "Slow down there, Democrats." I forget which one it was, but that's what a lot of the Republicans in Congress are basically like. Okay, which place has the most value for the soybeans? That years of healthcare insurance penalties out of the taxes was bullshit. Yeah! It put my mom in debt. And I didn't even know that it would do that. Okay, so the best place is here and over there. I could just release all of it here. But yeah, like, ever since 9/11, shit has gone downhill everywhere. And it only accelerated during Obama. They accelerated during Obama, and they did nothing to try to slow it down when Trump went in. yeah, we're still feeling the effects of fucking Obamacare. Like, the way I looked at how healthcare was handled in the US, the way that I thought healthcare was handled in the US was that as shitty as the US system was with it, it actually encouraged us to try to keep ourselves healthy. Because it wasn't like globally funded or whatever the term is I'm looking for. Like it wasn't the it wasn't the universal healthcare that a lot of people were wanting. Like to me, the way that the American healthcare system was, as shitty as it was with some of these companies, it was still a system that encouraged us to take care of ourselves, to keep ourselves healthy. Like that's how I took it basically, with having no health insurance. Was that it encouraged us to keep a better eye on ourselves, to make sure that we are not harming ourselves, that we're not letting ourselves go. Like that's what I thought it was trying to encourage. But I guess I was wrong. Subsidized? Maybe. All we need to do is go to TARDIS and go back in time to tell ourselves not to vote for— Yeah! Like, not just the presidents, but like, the other people in office that we voted for as well. From state representatives all the way up to— like, I'm talking about like local state representatives, all the way up to like the federal ones. Man, I don't think this village ever gonna get monetized, even if I get the partner status on YouTube. And we got this conversation to thank for that. Oh well, sorry you said I don't care anymore. I've stopped caring about keeping a filter on myself ever since September of last year. It was bad enough when they tried to cancel Kirsch. Like, that's when I first started taking my filters off. And then the incident in Utah with Charlie Kirkhaven, and that's when I fully took my filters off. May that guy rest in peace. You dropped YouTube a while ago? Yeah. Like, I still watch quite a bit of YouTube. I don't watch a lot of the, like, big political shit on it anymore. Like, there's a couple of YouTubers on, or there's a couple of people on YouTube that I do watch. Like, I watch the VODs and such, or rather listen to VODs for like, some of the YouTubers out there. Like, I mentioned her earlier, Kirsch, for example. A lot of people, even some of my friends, seem to think that she's a Nazi, but she's not. All because of her mother. And if not her mother, then that one fucking little fan photo. That main top just happened to be visible. Like, okay, this is just gonna be another tangent that also annoys and pisses me off as well. And what you know, it's from people that don't actually care. Because they just want to hurt the person in question. Because for whatever reason, they hate the shit out of them. Then because you call us Nazis or the Nazis Mass Effect. I wouldn't call it a theft, but I do agree with you. I would say in our opinion for sure. Like you're the ones that act more like that. They say every fucking day Trump's a fucking dictator and whatnot. But if Trump was a dictator, do you think he would have allowed people to say the shit that he did? Like, what dictator would allow people to shit talk them? If Trump was a dictator, he's the worst fucking dictator out there. Like, Maduro's a better dictator in that regard. As much as I don't want to give him a good thing, but if you want to talk about who the better dictator was, between Trump and Hitler? In that regard, Hitler was the better dictator. Because Trump is doing that real shitty job at being a dictator, if not the case. That's how you know that we're not led by Nazis. I did want an example of dictatorship. Oh yeah, definitely Iran for sure. And definitely, that's a perfect example. The Joe Biden was the one that told you to... Oh yeah, definitely. There was a Joe Biden admin, and I think maybe on the tail end, but the Obama admin as well. Like Obama fucking tapped Trump's phone, for example. Trying to use the Espionage Act on him. Because they wanted to try to prove and put him in his place with the fucking Russiagate. Look how that turned out. Complete hoax. Also, chat, I'm not gonna lie. Previously, like before September, I would avoid having extended conversations like this. But since September, I just don't care anymore. Like again, I started taking that filter off when they tried to cancel Kirsch. But then once they got Charlie, I just ripped that filter off. Because if they're willing to shoot someone that just wants to talk, you know they want to do even worse to the others. Patriot Act, that was supposed to only spot and hope. Yeah! of my viewers over on the Rumble side and the viewers that came from Rumble originally text, for example. I know you guys probably like the fact that I'm kind of being unfiltered with this. But yeah, like when it comes to politics shit, I just don't care anymore. Because we've seen what they've done. We know what makes them cheer. We know what they want to do. This is supposed to be a relaxing night, but it's evolving to talking about politics while harvesting. Oh well. God damn, I'm not wide enough. I gotta do one more pass. But yeah, like, while I may not care anymore about my focus when it comes to politics and such, I will still try to make the place as welcoming as possible. Because I don't care if you guys have a different view than me. I welcome having opposition in regards to the views. Because that helps me grow as a person, I think. So like, if I have viewers that have an opposite view than me for something, feel free to talk about it. Because if I disagree with you, you might have a chance to convince me to maybe compromise a little bit. And if not compromise, then there's a chance for a complete reversal on my part. There's a chance for a reversal on your part. But I actually want to have, like, passengers there that have opposing views to me as well. Like, I don't want to be like a pure echo chamber. Like, I'm not going to ban someone just because they wanted Hillary in office, for example. Or if they wanted Kamala in office as better as a choice as she was. Yes, your thoughts on that in the what way? Yeah. Yes, whatever. Isn't there a Twitch user being harassed because she was... Yeah, Emerald. She just wants to be left alone. But not everyone needs to have an opinion on ICE or whatever. And for whatever reason, they're dogpiling her just because she didn't want to have an official opinion on ICE out there. And honestly, I don't know why she even... I don't know why she caved. But I wish some of these people that don't want to involve politics with their stuff, I wish they wouldn't cave. If you know what I mean. Like, if they don't want to have politics involved with their stuff, fine, that's perfectly fine. But but harassing someone because they don't want to have politics involved with their shit, you're not entitled to their opinion about it. Like, I think anyone that harasses someone, yeah, from what I understand, she caved. Like, she didn't want to say anything at first, but apparently she caved. But she had a really good quote that came out of when she first said no to talking about it. And that was something along the lines of, if you need a streamer to tell you what they think, or if you need a streamer to tell you what they think about the subject or something, then you don't need to be there. And that was a good quote from her, in my opinion. But apparently, sometime later she caved because I guess the harassment just became too much. Do I have any other fields down here? Three, which one was that? No? I guess we're gonna go to 9 first. Yeah, I'm gonna bring this over to 9. Bring everything else over to 9. Yeah, if you don't want to talk politics on stream, that's perfectly fine. You're not entitled to that person's opinion. If they don't want to talk about subject X or subject Y, then just fucking drop it, seriously. Like seriously, just drop it if they don't want to talk about it. But no, these people are so fucking entitled. They had to harass someone that was harassed at TwitchCon, by the way. Like sexually assaulted type of harass over at TwitchCon. Which really made Twitch look bad. Because of how they handled it. I hope they learned from it, but I don't know, only time will tell. They probably didn't, but still. I just don't have hope for them. But yeah. If they don't want to talk about a subject, whether it be they don't know much of anything about it, or they know about it but they just don't want to talk about it, then just leave them alone. They're not entitled to what they think about X or Y. What is wrong with these people? I don't know. They're just so fucking entitled, so fucking brain rotted. Like, people are just crazy. Not everyone, thankfully, but still. Like, it's bad enough. Let's just leave it at that. Though I don't like how thin of a strip I have here. Can I put this over here without getting penalized? I know there's a field right here. There it is. If someone was harassing you, you would just have to beat the crap out of them? I don't blame you. But unfortunately, in regards to the harassment, the way that Twitch handled it was just very bad. They'd forbidden her favorite bodyguard, for example, or her preferred bodyguard with it. All because he pushed away someone at another TwitchCon while trying to protect her? Like a stupid bullshit like that, for example. Come on, let me attach to this. I need to unfasten that damn header, come on. Thank you, finally. But yeah, they made it impossible for her to bring her preferred bodyguard in. The security that was there was just lollygagging off to the side. They allowed the guy to just cut a line. I wanted to say multiple times, but I don't know. I don't know how it was laid out. And then the heart dispatchers wouldn't even let her cancel the other thing. What was it that she was in? I think it was like a cosplay costume contest or something. Okay, let's go get this sword. I'll bring this over to the field. And then call it a night. Oh yeah, so like because of shit like TwitchCon, as much as I don't want to say it, the only time that the only way I'll go to a convention like that is if someone carries me around on a fucking TV screen or whatever. Like either give me a robot that I get to control, or carry me around on a fucking iPad or whatever, I don't care. But I'm not gonna go to any of these conventions in person because of shit like that. Like I would love, for example, to go to like one of the old BlizzCons, for example. But these days, that's gonna be a fucking no because of how people act. Like, I just can't trust going to any convention. Especially on the VTuber side at this point. If you went to a TwitchCon with me, you would bring a baseball hat and make sure no one's get But yeah, if I want to go to any of these conventions, the only way I would go is if I'm carried around on like a iPad or whatever. Bye, Peaches. Like, that's the only way I'll go. Carry me around on an iPad or something similar. Or give me a robot to pilot. But otherwise, I'm not gonna be going to any convention in person. And if I do go to a convention, I will not advertise that I'm going there. And I won't make it known until the convention is over, after I left. You haven't gone to a convention in years. I think 2018 was the last time? Damn. So, with conventions, I want to go to a model railroading convention. I want to go to a model railroading convention. My dad took me to one when I was a kid. Back when I was in 5th or 6th grade, I don't remember when exactly. But he took me to one of those model train conventions. I had a good time there, I'm not gonna lie. I don't remember where it was though. But if a mono train convention ever comes down in my area, I will try to go to it. But I'm not going to advertise myself as being there. Mostly for my own protection, especially if I somehow become a big VTuber. So if I ever go to a convention, I will not advertise myself as going there. I'll just say that I have some stuff going on. And then after the convention is over officially, I will then post that I was there. Oh, come on, you can get up here. There's a small anime convention they had every year, but they stopped doing it after 2020. Damn, fucking COVID. COVID did a lot of damage as well. Like, that really screwed up so many people. Like, you really started seeing nut jobs coming out because of that. Yeah, all basically it was just a glorified flu. You know, just another strain of the flu, wasn't it? But a more specialized strain of it. At least that's how I understand it. Because, like, it shared the same symptoms. It basically acted the same way. It was just a bad strain of it, basically. Because haven't you ever noticed? Have you noticed that because of COVID, cases of the flu drastically dropped because of it? So I just think it was just a bad strain of the flu at this point. And then you had like companies and such trying to bribe their employees to get the fucking vaccine. Like my company tried doing that. They offered us a special card basically to show that we got vaccinated. I look at that and I'm like, that's a fucking Star of David type of bullshit. And when I say Star of David type of bullshit, I'm talking about like what the Nazis did by having the Jews wear the Star of David on like their arm or whatever. Like that's that kind of bullshit from what I saw. Like to me, that's what it sounded like. Get the vaccine, we'll not only pay you, but you get this fancy card. Okay. And yeah, I look at that like, what? You want us to go around like that? To show that we've been vaccinated, like the good little obedient people? But when I think about it now, it definitely kind of shows signs that of like when the Nazis had the Jews wear the Star of David just to differentiate them. They told the elderly and people with bad immune system about the common flu would have told anyone who was older. Yeah! It just happened to be a worse strain of the flu, basically. I will say this, if something happens to my YouTube channel because of these conversations, I'm just gonna stop streaming to YouTube. Okay, I got the chocolate here. We got the harvester here. Let's collect these completed contract. That's roughly 13 to 14,000 that I just collected. Well, that's pretty good. We made some decent there. We also got some profits off of like the soybeans and such. Oh, big and fun. Now, before we end, how controversial do you think it would be if I said I agree with the phrase "fuck ice"? However, the context involves ice cubes with the drinks. That shit fucking waters down everything. So fuck ice cubes. They water down the taste of all the fucking drinks. Usually when I get my sodas over at work, for example, I just get the soda basically with no ice. Because I want to have the taste, I don't want a watered down version of it. And that's what ice cubes do to it. Fuck black ice. Oh, you mean like the asphalt getting iced over and whatnot, right? Like when ice forms on the roads? Yeah, that's another one to say fuck for. Oh, that person's really acting like a retard in my notifications now. But yeah, so screw black ice, that makes it all of our cars slip around. Screw ice cubes, that waters down all of our drinks. And then ice in regards to immigration, love them. Love them. How did the recent instances of shit that's happened with them? One of those are questionable at most. But we gotta look at the facts as they are. For all we know, until we get like actual body cam footage, it could possibly be ruled as self-defense with the Pretty stuff. I'm not gonna lie, Pretty should have been in jail. Not dead, but in jail. Oh well, but hey, shit happens. Anyway, so yeah, I'm just gonna call it here. It's been a good night for me. I jacked in quite a bit, crashed out maybe 2 or 3 times. That must have been fun for you guys. But anyways, as I said, just gonna call it a night. It's getting late, I got work tomorrow. This protester shouldn't be there in the first place. Yeah, exactly. I don't think you can even call that a protest. Because if they were protesting, they'd just stick to the side. But yeah, as I said, let's just call it a night now. I'm ignoring all the future chats from this point. That's not just like a good night or whatever. But yeah, I hope everyone has had a good night. It's been a good night of me being just untilted, I guess. If you want to see more, you guys might know the way to do it. But yeah, anyways. Good night, everyone. I will see you all tomorrow as I bring out the gender bend me for some Diablo 4. You're gonna hear my real voice. We're gonna be playing out before. We're working on a side quest at the moment. But I hope to see you all tomorrow. Thank you for riding with us tonight. I'm Savy, the conductor of this express. And thank you all for riding with us. Have a good night, everyone.
Hear the whistle in the distance, hear the rails begin to hum. A lantern cuts the midnight where the storytellers come. Cold press sharp by shining bright beneath the station light. She tips her hat and calls the roll. Adventure leaves tonight. Ooh, tickets stamped in starlight. Clocks obey her hand. Every stop's a promise in a far-off land. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rail, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. From laughter in the lounge car to the quiet after dark. Stories spark like engine flames, a signal in the arc. Gamers, dreamers, night shift souls all gather round the line. She keeps the train on schedule, but she bends the space of time. Steel and steam and silver bells, the rhythm never strays. Every mile of memory, every stop ablaze. All aboard the Artist Express, where the fire burns warm and the brakes fearless. Conductor Savy's at the helm, steady and true. From the first, welcome passengers to the final view. Ride the rails, forget the rest. Trust the journey, trust the best. All aboard the Artist Express. When the world feels off the rails, when the signals all go red, she'll guide you through the switchyard of the things you never said. With a smile and a steady hand, she calls the night to heal, turning chaos into cadence, making moments feel real. Choo choo, hear the heartbeat pound. Choo choo, feel that gathered sound. Steel on steel and voices blend. Every ride feels like a friend. All aboard the Artist Express. Past the doubt, past the stress. Conductor Savy leads the way. Another journey, another day. When the lights go low, the chat's a mess. You'll still find home on the Artist Express. So mind the gap and hold on tight. The rails fade out into the night. Same time, same track, don't be late. The conductor's calling, next stop, fate.